Let's see if everything looks good here. Let's move into the corner. Much better. Okay. Hello to anyone that may be here. Last time we ended just getting to the apartment complex. We're now going to explore this, look for that guy who gave us the hint on how to get in, see if we have any clues since this place overlooks the courtyard where the murder happened. See if we can get some, what I presume to be main story progress done, though it's a little hard to tell since this game is kind of wacky. And I immediately have to... No, okay. Thought I'd sneeze. Okay. We got a pair of shoes here. Wonder if... what they will do for me. Oh, no, it is 22 cents. Great. Okay.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Let's toss them on.
This door has been closed with a padlock.
Much better.
A chalk-drawn number on the board says, the shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud.
After you, detective.
Did not think that that would work, but here we are. Nice. Alright. A weird little room. Revolutionaries posing with guns. Critical theory of the monstrosities of capital and such. Hey, that's like right up our alley here. We got some millimeters and conceptualization. So I like conceptualization. That's something my character's pretty good at. So we're gonna put that on and get better at it. Oh no, I'm looking quite dapper. Look at that. All right, you want to say something? It was a ping. There, right there. Oh, okay. We sure do.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Let's zoom in a little bit. And get some brightness here. Alright, much better. Father Mazov, the hero of the working class. Well, that's what our character's headed towards, so let's do that.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Yeah, what is this tenant of a bust of Krasmazov?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Hey, we get a point. Alright, I did savoir-faire last time. Visual calculus taking a hit from this communism internalization. We're not going to do psyche, that's just awful. Physique is pretty bad. My interfacing has all been successful. Visual calculus has been taking a hit. Let's see if we can shore that up a bit. Wow, $3. I doubled my
You
wealth
hear
almost.
someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Gotta talk to everyone.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Huh, that was a misplaced audio. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wearing intense. This is the police. Open up.
Do I have to open the door?
A defensive tone.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
You're correct.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Yep. Huh. Have you seen who's an 8?
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
You alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
No, for a second there, I was worried that said there's red spots and coughing, which would have been probably emphysema.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
How do you know I'm a policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
So they're gonna track down the guy immediately. I already know who she is, so I'm gonna keep it vague to start.
Ask away, policeman.
Vacation, mailbox overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
That's
They
reasonable.
probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
Let's see if we can find our young communard.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Oh, that was 10, right?
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
Well,
Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
well, now I do have a reason.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
They are the worst. And what about the padlock door?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Really?
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You sure don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
Oh, okay. You're one of those.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go.
My character doesn't want to let it go. I guess we'll let it go. Alright, thanks.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Okay, let's see if she knows the guy we were talking to out on the balcony last episode.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Yep. That is correct.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
He is wanted for murder. No trouble.
Talk?
Clearly, she's heard that term before.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Yeah, we will in just a moment. We're gonna come over here though, now that we have a reason.
You hear someone walking.
Excuse me? Of course not.
You have plenty of reason to enter.
I don't need to warn if I suspect there's been a break-in.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
Yeah. We just take your stuff here. +1 to indirect modes of taxation? What? Well, at least I have 2 shoes now.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
Yeah, beautiful things do make people happy.
Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world.
Damn.
Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra liberal.
Huh. Don't really quite follow that line of thought, but I guess we'll see where it goes.
They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
Quite seductive indeed. Fine mattress. Ooh. Alright, let's talk to this lady. Oops.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Okay, that's pretty close to right, but like we could always verify.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least.
Right.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Look, if she's just gonna show me stuff, I might as well look at it.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
We'll flirt a little. Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
I glimpsed a foreclosed apartment down the hallway.
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but...
But what?
And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
Tale as old as time.
The sum must have been puny.
My money also disappeared.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Couldn't have been that much money.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable.
Nothing about this neighborhood that I've walked around for the past 2 episodes has been remotely considered nice.
I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Uh-huh, sure. So what happened?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it.
So if this place has gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, how can you not afford a simple wall fix?
Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible. Did they leave recently?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
You'd
A
think.
sudden serious look crosses her face. this story didn't have a happy ending.
That was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
That's all, thanks.
Of course.
That was easy.
Give me a moment.
Real estate agent.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change, imperceptibly slow.
Yes. Well, I hope they're good people.
Me too.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Exactly. Thanks, I'm off. Alright. What a dump. Alright, almost a quarter. So that's how we get back to... Okay, so that's how we get out to the balcony. Alright, who's this guy?
The streets will flow red once
Girl.
more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Okay.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
Obviously the local goth.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What
Nice.
else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
We just want to know your name.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
Yeah.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Oh, so what is she up to? What are you doing at the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
With gasoline?
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here.
That's basically what you said to me 30 seconds ago.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium.
This whole place is just like drab and dreary, I guess you kind of right.
I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
Alright, alright.
Yeah?
I don't have an opinion, I lied. Nah, I do love public art.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Alright, I can appreciate the sass, but
She means the opposite.
yeah. Let's just cut straight to the point with her.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Alright.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
I cannot argue. Is that government fuel oil?
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
I'm not sure I believe it. Oh, hey Viking, what's up? Wasn't too bad. Pretty quiet. How you doing?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
Oh yeah, you were up late last night.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Or she doesn't.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
For what?
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
So at this point, I gotta say, I'm not entirely sure. I woke up, blitzed out of my mind in a hotel room that I can't pay for. The person in the orange coat is my partner, who was expecting information a week ago. I've been apparently on a week-long bender instead of investigating a murder. The game keeps trying to convince me that there are supernatural elements, but I might just be crazy. And that's sort of where we're at right now. So we got a hint that someone might know something in this building, so we came here and we're starting to talk to people.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
It's kind of a wild ride so far.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
Alright, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's go see if anyone else has anything to say here. No, can't go that way. Can I get down there somehow? No. Alright. Hey, $2. I've exceeded the $10 mark. I owe 125 on the hotel. Can't go that way. Yeah, right. There's actually a way you can, let's see here. So this is like your skill tree, right? So I'm doing a mostly like visual calculus, conceptualization, intellect, interfacing, composure, like a relatively like smartass essentially. But if you go down the physique route, from what I understand, and you do in physique and you do like shivers, you just go on total intuition and like things like your tie will start talking to you. Sounds a bit crazy, but I'm interested in it, potentially, as another run. Okay, so Cindy's sleeping in here. Alright. Steal her stuff as in any good RPG and walk on out. So did that come from over here? No. Came from there, right? Okay. Well, that's moderately enlightening. Nothing else in here. This is that room. Looking for some stairs up, but not having a whole lot of luck. Characters get a logic. We'll toss those on. We look great. I think the big rubber gloves really do it for us. Ah, yes, a disgusting old bathroom, exactly where we want to be. Oh, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. You are the... No, wait, take it back. Okay, there's another exit to the balcony. This is like a different part. This is like a multi-tiered balcony thing. Okay, what did we get here? We got another tool. Physique minus morale. Okay, items. Little postcard. Just a door. Let's check this out. It's in the breaker box. 29.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
So that's the guy who pointed out a key to let us in, who may have seen something about the murder we're looking for.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
Yeah, but it's almost 6.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Sure.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Alright, so what do we want to do? We got all this time. Oops. So Wednesday we have to close a water lock. We gotta go back and talk to Gart. Oh yeah, so basically, there was a bartender and a manager. The bartender quit because one of the residents was making her uncomfortable. We were talking to the manager for a bit, and he expressed a slight interest in her. We went to talk to her, and she's like, no, it had nothing to do with him. It wasn't his fault. And then you're like, oh, that means you obviously love him. We must go talk to Gart, because I like drastically botched a roll to try to figure out what's going on, and now it's going to cause a problem for everybody. Let's explore around here a little bit more. So I want to get up here somehow. Unfortunately, I can't just double click there. So let's see, it's not that balcony, it's not this door. Alright, that's where the communist lives, that's where the real estate lady was. This should just take us outside, I think. Okay, this takes us down to the water so we can talk to that other lady. Oh, and hey, do you prefer, bearded, Viking? Sounds like you're like... Oh, I'm back here. Toss a quick save. Two best days in a person's life, right? The day you buy a boat and the day you sell it.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Looking awfully fancy for here.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
What's the L stand for?
Phaeton, my maiden name.
Of course. I hope it's not me that gave us
Nothing,
away.
honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Well, that's rude.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'll shake.
I'm glad to see you here.
Why is that? You worried about the murder too?
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
And there's also a building we want to get into, but we can't because there's a strike, there's a bunch of scabs working, and we're trying to avoid that for now while we deal with the murder.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Yeah, so when he says unusual medical episode, he means I took so many drugs that I forgot that I existed and had to be reborn from my own consciousness. That was sort of the start of the game.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
Probably.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Alright. Probably stay away from IRL names, just for, you know, whatever. So I'll just go with Viking if that's okay with you. Yeah. Oh, and since you can actually now hear my voice, the way you pronounce it is ennui. So you were real close. There we go. Okay. So, So I keep asking people for money because I'm broke and have none, but they don't seem terribly receptive, so we're going to skip that for now. We do need to handle the strike at some point, though, so let's see what she has to say.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Yeah, nice to meet you too as well. Thank you.
The octopus that straddles Revachol, the Emergencies Act, is the cornerstone of post-war Revachol, inseparable from the world it created.
Yeah, this thing's pretty bare bones right now. I don't have like any commands. I pretty much only have like BTT enabled, and like that's about it. Disturb an octopus.
I am glad you see it that way. To repeal the Act would mean repealing the coalition government, the one that leases you the right to police West Revachol.
Yeah, I'm not really excited about policing West Revachol, so maybe like we could do that later.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
That'd be fine. I can do other stuff.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
And what is your role?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And
Oh,
how are the talks going?
so you'd be the person to talk to get inside that building, huh?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Sort of.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Yeah, he stopped me too.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
So it's connected to the lynching?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
How much later? It's 6 o'clock. How are the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
Does make things easier. Harder for people to lie to you looking them in the eye.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Heavens to Betsy, a medical plan? And overtime? What communist society do they live in?
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Tell me about the boss.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
What about tracks?
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Sound like you're about to take a rapier
Oh,
to him.
heavens no. We get along just fine.
Yet now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
That is disgusting.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Oh god. 2?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Evrart does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Slightly nepotistic?
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
How do you say what?
A mob.
Yeah.
The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Yeah, we also had a discussion earlier about how there was a different crime syndicate, and I was like, can't we just, like, knock it over? And Kim's like, yeah, not really. A little bit outside our scope.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother.
See, unfortunately, this isn't Shadowrun, so I can't, like, take rifles and start, like, shooting the mob. This is, like, seem like much more story-driven.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
I'm gonna call it a socialist mob, but what she doesn't know is that my character doesn't think that's an insult.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
What are the demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
That is a nutshell.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Yeah. Based on my past responses and where his thoughts are headed, he likes this.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
There we go. Not hard communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board.
What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Okay, slight bit of nonsense.
Just so
there.
you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
The king is dead. Long live the
That
workers.
may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
What are you gonna do other than sit on your nice boat?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
And the Whirling in Rags is the hotel where we woke up in our stupor, which overlooks the, which is on the other side of the courtyard where the murder happened.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Nice.
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
What happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to. How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Did you put the scabs there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
No, I mean scabs.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
Clever girl.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Does anything happen this election?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Yeah, probably extortion.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
You're on a boat. Very astute observation.
Why, yes, I am. The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
That's very boring.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
Okay, I'm gonna have to start using that in real life.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
It's called building story, Chem. It's for verisimilitude. Thank you. Not a lot of
Of
people
course
with books
there
out
are.
there.
We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Yeah, fair point.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna challenge her on that.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another. Especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
Haven't seen any other boats.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
It kind of is, though, right?
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Yeah, but it's also built for racing, so it is a toy.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Why?
Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down.
Okay, so my character made a few like lefty communist responses earlier, and then this menu popped up where you can have like different trains of thought, and I started on one that basically made me determined to be the one to bring communism back. So I'm gonna stick to this one.
Charge. You've got the guns and the ammo.
Stuck with the economics of the boat.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Precise Mundo, class wartime, baby.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
Oh dear.
33A, this old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Your synapses flesh.
Doesn't seem to be much space left.
Yep, that's the stuff.
Good thing everyone else has tiny skiffs.
I assure you, they drove quite the hard bargain for this space. But you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my long, incredibly lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
Okay, I think we're going to the boat.
Good.
Tell me about the pines.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
Yes, eel hips. I think that would be hysterical to use.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
Oh, hey, Viking, if you've got a second, I have precisely one panel, which is a next game voting extension. If you wouldn't mind voting on it, just so I can see that it like works okay, I would appreciate it. If not, don't worry though. So what do
The
they do?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Why, thank you.
How much money do you have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Well, I only need 113 more, so like, cough it up. The money I owe is so much less than
Yes,
that.
past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
You're not wrong. Where do you get all the billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Exactly. Taken everything from its employees. Right? Do I have a good answer for that? Set up for our monopoly. Huge testimonial of a place like this. Yeah, Martinique is a small, terrible place that did not get the revitalization they were hoping for. So, like, what are you doing here?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving, the workers do.
We built this district.
Kind of defensive.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
Yeah, truthfully, like, when I started this game, I was like, oh, okay, we're a cop, we're a drug addict, and we're gonna go investigate a murder. And then, like, 7 hours in, I'm finding myself having, like, philosophical arguments with a lady on a boat. And so many people like this game, and I think I'm starting to figure out why.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Okay, now to the topic of the murder.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
Oh, alright. So, you know, we've been live for an hour here. Before we get into the topic of the murder, I'm going to take a small break and be right back. Alright, quick break and we're back. So let's hear about this murder.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Oh, that might be a problem.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Right, so there's that unusual medical episode. While I was apparently blitzed out of my mind for a week, I lost my gun, my uniform, my badge, and my pants. Yeah.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
I could have eaten it for all I know.
Oh, dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond.
Yes, that is
I
it
do
exactly.
believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
Then you need a bigger imagination, lady.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Right? Yeah. Can't be retried 28%. Let's roll it.
She's a negotiator.
Hey!
Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Little luck every once in a while goes a long way. Alright, some other way we can demonstrate our law enforcement credentials?
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
Well, we do want to solve the murder, so
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
hopefully it's not for my $11. I really need that.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones.
So we already established that we have no authority over the Union. We agreed on it like 20 minutes ago.
Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Sure. What's up, Kim?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Well, then that would be quite unorthodox, wouldn't it, Kim?
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Yeah, see, but what you don't understand, Kim, is that I like playing RPGs and side quests, so this is going exactly according to plan.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
We could just find the badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
Good point.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Yeah, we do not want to have months. We want this taken care of fairly quickly. So, yeah, maybe the company did know about my week-long bender. Everyone else seems to.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
You propose we don't investigate drug trafficking?
If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it.
True. Right, okay, yeah, so if we investigate drug profiteering within the Union, then we can get on her side, because we're cleaning up some of the corruption, and we can show that we're on the worker side by exposing their corrupt boss who's siphoning off all their dues. Perfect.
What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Reasonable. Alright.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
This seems like such a bad idea, but I really want to do it. No, let's stay on topic. We'll stay on topic. Tell me about the drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Seems like quite a good time.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
But didn't you say that's where all the scabs were from?
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union.
Of course not.
Still, every chain has its weak...
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Right, the very first people I talked to. Am I going to need bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Alright, they can't get through. Because of the strike.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
Right, but it's not quite what I agreed to Kim with. What's your proof that Union is
How
involved?
do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
Yeah, alright.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Strikes being funded with social ratings for drugs.
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
We're kind of paranoid, so let's ask about the coincidence.
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However,
However, what?
this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
Unfortunate.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
Alright.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Alright.
Yes?
Let's do it.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something.
Yeah, I talked to all 3 of them already.
It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Alright. Parting blow. You seem rich, can I have some money.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
Lustrous
A
hair.
well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair. Despite the first hints of grey, she's elected to keep it au naturel, shaped into a permanent wave. Late 40s style. Positively statuesque.
Right.
While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Within reason.
So?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
Right. Who needs money but me?
You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
I'm not ashamed.
Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Erdenil.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Alright. Got +3 from being like this the whole game. Let's see if we can push it forward.
I am sorry.
Ah.
It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first 3. Those are ape speak.
Okay, so I can't ask for it. So we're just gonna do this. Yeah.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
What you meant to say was...
I think that's all for now.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
That was just some lingering head problems from my issue earlier. Yeah, I know. I really wanted to get that one. I figured that might have made my life a lot easier. And normally, if I were just like playing a game like this by myself, I would like mercilessly save scum it. But I want to try like a legit real playthrough. Is there anything else this way?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
All right. So when I first walked past this a while ago, I had a much worse chance, but this is cool. Yeah, so because I ran around and did a bunch of stuff, other checks get easier from in-game actions. That's pretty unique, and I really like it. Let's give it a go.
Because this is no ordinary wall.
Perfect.
It is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Yeah, so the colors on the wall kind of look like my character. Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts and your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
More.
O Wall Father.
Must paint this wall. Add more beauty.
Huh?
Kim's like, are you insane?
He sounds tired of it all.
Yeah, well, too bad.
Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
I gotta go talk to Cindy.
If you must.
Look, we got absolutely nothing else to do today, and we're totally killing time until tomorrow. I am painting this wall. What up, girl?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Yes and no. Alright, man, sounds good. Take care. Thanks. So you need some paint in your brush, too.
What for?
For art, is art okay?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Grand art. Art deluxe. The artiest, most groundbreaking, the...
Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off.
Hey. To crush a man's dreams like that, I hope you're happy.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck. In life and in everything.
Okay, I'm not doing 3%. We'll come back later. Is that bed in the cold?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Oh, I could go back. I wonder if she'd be nicer to me if I go back to the other place and go into the basement. There's a furnace there. I could rub my hands with coal. I'm gonna do
Shoot,
that.
Piggy.
Catch you later. Is it over this way? I think. No, this is down here. Dang it. I really like a map. Oh, okay. That brings us out here. Which is where we want to be. The music's really nice too, quite atmospheric.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza.
No, that's something else. We should probably do that though. Alright, run over here.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace,
Yes.
coloring it pitch black.
Smear our hands with
A
coal.
lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
Alright, so let's see if that does anything for her. Be interesting to see if it does. He's probably just gonna yell at me for pretending.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Big millennial energy there, Cindy. Don't you have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
The bookstore lady does.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
I really want to do this, but I am terrible at it, so maybe we'll get more bonuses later. Catch you later, Cindy. Alright, that didn't help, and that's okay. Anything else I can do here? Oh wait, so... It's after 9 tomorrow, though. I still don't know anything about my gun. I have to do stuff for the lynching. Right, this is all tied together. I can't do the brush because Cindy kind of sucks. Badge could be anywhere. I can't afford to pay for my damages. Alright, I actually have to go to the body. Good point. So the body's over there. How do I get over? I don't go over there. You can't get out that way. Guess I'm gonna hold left hand, left wall. Can I go this way? No? No, I can't go through there. Oh right, this is the thing I was gonna check out. This part right here.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Yeah, check this out.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager.
That's kind of odd.
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Sure, but you can't just drive through fences.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
Yeah, maybe.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
So if I do this, okay, it won't appear.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. East Delta Commerce Center? This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
Right, let's see, Pinball, Revitalized City, Fortress Accident. She's not on here. Oh, empty card.
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
I thought that might be our dice maker.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet. Is it the dice makers?
Silence. No one answers your call.
Yeah, let's try these real quick.
Nothing happens after you ring. Silence. Silence. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
That's interesting.
You can almost hear them breathe.
Hello?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
Yeah, I thought I was calling Slipstream.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
She must be mistaking you for someone else. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Yeah, okay. Well, fine. We'll play along.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
course I care. It's just been so tough around here, you know, with the strike and the benders and my lack of sense of self. It's just not been so difficult.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Me too. I don't remember anything from like less than 12 hours ago.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice.
Well,
It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
forget about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Hello?
She doesn't answer.
He said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either.
Okay.
We should probably stop playing with this thing.
I disagree. All right, bye.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call. You ring the doorbell. All you hear is static, but no one. You ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Oh, is this going to be Please, the book lady?
Kuno,
Hey!
stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Kuno, I saw that before. Oh, there was graffiti inside, right. Please silence, it's me. I'm investigating the Doom commercial area, just like we discussed.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
All right, we got one low roll. Let's see if we get another one.
No. Hold on.
Damn.
The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
So, volition. Oh, that's psyche stuff. I definitely have to do a run of this. Alright, that was an interesting detour. Oh, there's my other shoe! Oh heck, it's right up there. Can I get up there? No. How do I get up there? That door. There are so many people here now. I should probably talk to them all, but I want my shoe. So if this maps, that should be here. Very nice. Alright. Oh, it drops my Sapphire Fair, but I just put a point in that. Gives me composure, though. This might be good. Kind of plus minus. Gonna be 4, 4, 5, 3. Let's be 5, 3. I'll pop on one. What am I gonna lose here? Yeah, indirect modes of taxation. Don't really need that. Okay, the pants would be electrochemistry instead of. Okay. Instead of losing Sapphire Fire, I'd lose reaction speed. I want my Sapphire Fire, so let's do that. Oh, that is nice looking. Got that deeply hairy chest, a coat with no real shirt on, and the gloves. The plastic yellow gloves really just sell the whole thing. My encyclopedia is really good, so I think we need to get that reaction speed back. Well, no, I like my rhetoric. Get my drama back. I don't need the physical instruments anymore.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft yet crinkly.
Ooh,
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper.
great.
It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers. There they both are, two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet,
I feel like a whole man again.
like two baby crocodiles.
How do they fit?
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Yeah, grab a save. Alright. Okay. You know what? I have a tape that I got 2 episodes ago that I might be able to play.
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken.
Right, I did all that.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Okay. Right, so I think I'm terrible at... Like, so I get a bonus to conceptualization. And minus to something I'm terrible at, so let's go ahead and put that on. Wait, did I pick it up? I did. Where'd it go? I'm wearing it. Okay. -1 suggestion. Yeah, I don't care about suggestion.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities? Virile, uncaring towards the little thing? Probably not, no. Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really, nothing?
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Well, we have to face the music at some point. Why not start now?
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror.
Maybe this was actually a terrible idea, but we're going anyways.
Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
I got 5 morale. I can take a little hit here. I'm gonna touch it first.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
At least my tongue is okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
I never want to hear that again.
Bet you are.
Sorry.
Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
Okay, we're gonna do it anyways. Wipe the mirror.
Behold.
Wow. That beard is majestic.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
This looks wonderful.
It appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I think it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Now, this dude looks like he could enter an amateur beard contest and win. I am here for this.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
There are worse things to wear into your face.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Superstardom.
You should check yourself for a pulse, superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm. You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now.
We're going to dig for the expression. This is a pretty good chance.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
You know, I think I just took off my encyclopedia thing, which would have made the check exactly pass. Perfect. I probably should have let it be. Okay. I need to get my chain cutter. Let's see. Oh, no, I am wearing it. Okay, never mind. So I just failed that check by 1. Okay. Get the cutters.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Alright, well, I can't roll anything, so we'll just try this one.
It's too late.
Okay.
Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Fine. That was a bunch of terrible rolls. Hopefully we can do better in the future. Alright. I forget who I talked to here.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you.
Okay, yeah. Alright, I have to talk to you about your not girlfriend.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I don't remember.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marvel
Why
Hill.
did you say that?
Lieutenant Kicharagi, do you know a place called Marvel Hill?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place? A
An
saying.
expression?
Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
Oh, it's because I'm a superstar, right?
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
I'll live in a dumpster. Fuck everything. Oboe cop. Now let's try to trace back. I don't really want to sleep in a dumpster.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Ooh, I got one of these thought thingies. So I'm most of the way done to done Mazovian social economics. Now I get Lonesome Long Way Home. Can I do both at the same time? Temporary research bonus +1 encyclopedia. Factual memory returns. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over. Get up. Get off the asphalt in 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through the courtyards, scaring little children. Sorry. Go to the Great Raised Motor Track, the 881, until you reach the Domaine Eminent in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there, and your footprints in the mud. Sorry about that. Okay, so it seems I can do both at once. And there was a place. Okay, so I've got. Oh. So okay, so they're both on different tracks. I wonder if there's like 3 main tracks that you go up, or what? I guess we're gonna find out. Okay. What is this blinkiness?
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
They do. Maybe if I express myself through my emotion, through song, I can get a better grasp on my vision, and then she will give me the brush so I can paint that friggin' wall. My soul is immense, my soul is modest, my soul is puny, my soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. No, my soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard.
It does.
Through a PA system. By other people.
This is how I feel about singing in real life. No one needs to hear that. This goes well with a theory that I'm developing that I'm a down on my luck superstar.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What should I say?
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
That does not seem to be the vibe here. Maybe something happy?
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound.
Is it profound, or is it really sad when it comes from a pathetic drunkard?
You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Oh. Man, I'm just building up tasks. There are so many of these things. Okay, I see that the little clock is for... Okay. Oh, the sad song on tape. Alright. So we have to talk to you about a girl.
Can I help you?
So I talked to Sylvie. Wink.
God.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him.
For anyone who's watching and was not here for the first part, I critically botched a check, which is causing this conversation to happen. So if it seems awkward, that is why. But I don't want to lay that.
Of course you do. This was your plan all along. This is how you fix it for them. By answering the woman question.
Okay, I'm not reading this out loud because I like my Twitch channel not to be banned.
Wonderful.
It is. It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel?
Okay, we're gonna try to not do that. We're just gonna drill the inside of my mouth with my tongue.
Huh?
Yeah, this feels right. It feels wise. Good setup. Now speak the real shit.
Okay, I refuse to be an incel, so I'm gonna come down here and say just no time for lectures. You're just losing that to
God,
games.
does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
What else do you need?
Sylvie didn't actually say anything about him. This is just all my character being a complete moron. So I'm going to say that was roughly it.
The man leans his hands on the counter and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders, heavy and defeated.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground with the broken wing. On the morning she left. I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my arse.
That is a different game.
Or you broke the bird. It can also be that. I think Sylvie even Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Maybe I broke it.
No, it was her. She's off to ride that carousel you told me about. Cock carousel. I understand now.
That is really unfortunate.
They
I
ride
wish we
the cock
didn't.
carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest.
I feel bad getting experience for that.
Now, let me have a drink and think about this shit for a moment. On my own.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful? Another situation fixed by Dr. Love.
I both love and hate the game for making me have that conversation.
Mazovian socioeconomics.
Hey, we have internalized it.
0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmezov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
Left-wing dialogue options gives +4 experience. And since a lot of conversation gave me 5, that's a big deal. I lose my visual calculus. I don't care about my authority, but I've got enough visual calculus and I can always bump it a little bit. So now we get to see if this turns into something. I don't know. It's hard to see because of this. Oh, okay, so this leads to something down here. Or, no, something led to this. And this. And nothing? Or is that pointing at Kim? Kind of hard to tell. Oh, no, okay, they're both coming from my head. Just different parts. This part really interests me. I'm curious to see where this goes. Oh, okay, wait. Down here's indirect modes of taxation, so I should hold on to those shoes. And I'll pick that up faster, I guess. Okay. Cool. I'm with that.
Can I help you?
I'm gonna sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
Why? It'll be great.
Absolutely in the question.
Right?
First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
I'm going to sing Cohen's Hallelujah in the most off-key tone you have ever heard. It's going to be incredible.
Your body is ready, sire.
I've seen something here at the Whirling Guard I think I need to talk about.
What thing?
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Alright, looking for that weak link.
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 4. The sign said reserve starting 4. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
Why would they lay low after that?
They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
So is that conjecture, or do you have any proof?
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
I saw another thing.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's about the money.
Yes. Have you got it?
How much do I owe? It's 125, right?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
Okay, we are like 8% in the way there. I promise we'll get there. Let's talk about something else.
Like what?
I do wonder what happens when I pay them. Let's see.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Wonder where this
You
leads.
do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Out of duty, we may find something pertinent.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
Right, you have to start wide and funnel down your possibilities.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
The door's a mega investigation. I'm calling it Behind the Blue Door.
It's hardly worth a title. Anyway, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
I'm gonna touch it.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older. The door does not budge.
Alright, fine. Let's ask him about the door. Does it ever open?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goranci and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Goranci Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
Well, sir, got time for a few
The
questions?
man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
I love that we know that this is not his name, yet it insists on telling us to use it as his name. Do you know behind the door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Quite the pots you got.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots.
So
in
he kind
turn.
of follows with what I'm talking about.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Maybe he could be a musical accompaniment for my karaoke. Stay masculine. What a... Alright. Hey guard, I'm back. I'm sure you're pleased as punch to talk to me again.
Can I help you?
It's
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Me too. There's a blue steel door. What about it?
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
You know that's not true.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Yeah, you're not getting out that easy. I think you know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Reasonable.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. Yes?
Alright, the one thing I will save and check is if I hurt myself by punching the door, because I think I will, and I'd rather not lose any hit points right now.
You see a heavy the door does not. The door does.
Oh, okay. No good.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Where do I get a crown?
It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic.
The idea of a king in a century gone is pretty fascinating.
The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
Oh dear. Don't like this. What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
But what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Brota.
Oh, no.
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
Financiers?
Yes, them, but also Women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
I don't know if you can have a stomach seizure, but I think I'm having
Stomach
one.
truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting
Because
this?
you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
I have not said them many times. I said them... The only times I said them was because I botched a check and was forced to say them. Fascism sounds bad, though. What if we called it something else, like a traditionalism?
Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that?
No, I don't.
You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota.
No, I'm not going to be played by an upset stomach.
There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
Yeah, no. Not interested in just randomly being a fascist.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie? Her eyes move up and down your person as though taking your measurements. Her attention is scientific.
Does that mean you like me? No, we're just in the South.
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no sweetie, look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Thanks.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Well, I haven't had a compliment in a long time. Thank you, Lena. Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money? Seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
All right, we are another hour in, so I'm going to take a very short break and be right back. You all should get up, maybe stretch, grab a glass of water or something. And we will be back in less than 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Grabbed a glass of wine for the 2-hour mark. And let's see what Lena has to say here. Maybe she knows something. Did you fight in a war?
No, dear. I'm not quite that old. Although I was injured in the line of duty.
Tightrope walker?
Nothing so extravagant, dear. Though what young girl doesn't dream of soaring over a crowd?
What'd you do?
I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail order shoe company.
Okay.
You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding.
Yeah, this world doesn't seem to have OSHA.
I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
Well, I will not get into that topic. Yeah, she's right though. Sorry, that was rude of me to mention.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
Sweeties get money?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
I haven't seen any paychecks.
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
I kind of want to do that anyways.
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Alright, I failed an 83% chance, so maybe I'll make a 17% chance.
Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing.
Oh god. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, what?
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you need more help than I can give you.
It's literally 120 real. That's all. Okay. Anyways, change the subject.
No, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
Don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or
Yes,
anything.
officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
I drank so hard I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
Whirling and Riggs cafeteria is on my keys.
That's right. And where is the Whirling and Rags cafeteria itself located?
In Revachol?
Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced capital of the world.
Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city of splendor? Tattered as she may be.
Don't know, did they?
How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
I do look lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
Ooh, I think it's 51. I think it is 51.
That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
A kind green ape pen?
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you then.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Some kind of democracy, maybe. I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse plains on steeds. Civilization cars before us. We are governed by intellect machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Every hustle and grind is like a badass visionary. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women. Cop. We're living under the cop regime. Nah. I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct.
Not all of them.
Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
But they still have cops.
If there's no government, how come there's cops?
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution.
But I'm a cop.
But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
It's the revolution
A
mentioned.
defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
But I'm a cop.
Of course, sweetie. I really don't know how to explain it better.
Fair enough. How'd I do?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
I agree.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
You could tell me more.
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
I know exactly where to find a wealthy person, and we have already spoken.
Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
I do?
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Yeah, okay, I guess we should probably do that. You're probably right.
It seems to me that you lucked out with your partner. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law. Someone you can lean on, and sweetie, you are looking unsteady. Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Let's see if I can go outside. Okay, so it doesn't restrict us from going outside at night. Okay, we got this thing.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags."
I have this tendency to talk to inanimate objects. We're going to just keep going with that.
Just a trash container. There is no such thing.
Alright.
Your fingers start to itch just looking at that padlock.
Why would I want to get that open?
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
There were things over here, I think. Oh no, they were on the other side up above that area there. Oh. 20 cents and plus morale.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Vartna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect.
Can we make a 50%? I've been playing a lot of XCOM 2, and the answer is usually no, so let's try.
Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Nice. Secret door.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Oh, this thing you want to investigate? We'll come back in a second. Oh, I can't get up there. Okay. I realized this we were going to do the body, but like there are so many things that it can wait. Ah, yes, magnesium-rich lives. Get out of the way or get fucked up. Beautiful. Beautiful sentiment. Hey, 50 cents. We'll get there eventually. Oh, and this gets me up here, which gets me this coat. Can I get it? Like, it's just walking awfully slowly. No, stop, stop, stop. Okay. Let's check out these pings. We get a postcard. This is our third postcard. I wonder if they have relevance to the game as like a collection somehow. Okay, Okay, I can't get over there, which means I go up here. It's an awfully grim sound. Picking up spare change, alright. Wait, it said I could get to that, so how do I get to that?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
No.
When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
I'm gonna say so.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
Yeah, we actually had a bridge replaced a couple years ago, and the crane they brought in to do it had to be brought in sections, and it was like the largest thing I'd ever seen. It was pretty impressive. It was cool.
What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor. They're bound to have information for us. I thought that was our intention.
It is, but I
or
want my
it
cloak.
could be that we are just exploring.
I mean, yes, we are exploring. That's true, too.
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it, well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
Mm-hmm. Not in a place
The
to
cloak
catch me.
looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Yep, alright, it's less than 50-50, we're gonna push it. Oh no. This is stressful. I am very stressed. Oh no.
Nope.
No?
No. That's still
Oh.
too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Unfortunate.
You could have died there. Shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of our deal.
Hey! What happened?
I'm alright, just can't do it
I
right
understand.
now.
We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
Alright, well, I like my savoir-faire, so I'll put a point and come back. Not right now. That pen is adorable. I'd sell it, but I feel like I might need a pen. Okay, so we'll come back for the pen later. We'll come back for the cloak later. Let's check this out. Got some sort of a hatch here. Oh, and that's just the hatchback inside. Right. Okay, cool.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good, vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should... I've heard amphetamines make you a really good detective. Are you a really good detective?
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much.
Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, that there was an interesting find. An alternative path into the harbor that the kid uses. Well done.
Thanks, I noticed it because of the amphetamines. Okay, so we'll have to get back there later when I level up, try for the cloak again. Alright. I think we are finally ready. Oh, wait, there's money over there. Where'd that... Get... Okay, so I'd have to go all the way out and around to get to that. I don't think... Yeah, we're just gonna... Here, we'll go to the body.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Kind of
Heavy
boots.
workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard.
Oh,
Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
I'm gonna point them out.
Noted.
Ooh, we got a little notebook. Does he need a pen? I've got one. It's cool. Visual calculus. What?
What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
This has been a bad day for rolls.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
That's Kuno. Alright.
The smell is
Oh, so close.
repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Yeah, let it go. Yeah. Much better. Much, much better.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out.
Good.
Burst until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Small penalty to pay.
The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
I want shish kebab.
Keep it.
Fucking corpse. Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can
help.
handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Not you.
I can't handle the headache.
Mm.
There's the fruit nearby. Maybe they have some in their apothecary. If they don't... There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the wipe check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Sure. Wait, did I get ammonia? I have aspirin perhelion. So this kid's Kuno.
Kuno's got this.
Oh god, that is perfect. There was a bully in my neighborhood when I was a kid, and I swear this is like 90% what he looked like.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness.
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Kid, I will punch you in the face.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Is this kid high as hell?
The kid is obviously high.
Hey, look! I was right. Stop getting high at my... Stop using clothes at my crime scene, that's not how we do
Can't
it.
talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
I should not.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
Yeah.
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
You
Found a
found
shack.
Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
How the fuck did I get in? I phase shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno! He's trying to fuck at you again!
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all, what?
Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
What was with the big head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Is that a message?
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
Kuno's like 12 and weighs probably 80 pounds. Try it, kid.
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
Yeah, I know all about magnesium.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
Found a plate covered with powder residue.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Could I get into the harbor from the
Of course
roof?
you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig.
Yeah, not great.
Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
What you know about the body?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally choking!
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Alright, might as well.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno
You know
knows
shit.
all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Do you know he got there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Where were you?
I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno is in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Funny, because it is.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Not really.
Tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Good luck, kid.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
Alright, see anyone suspicious?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
That literally just happened.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
That's a word for it.
Looks like you're a faggoty now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Playing the art a
Right,
lot?
pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? No,
ladder?
it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climb the ladder up to your magic treehouse.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse.
I bet you do. To the greenhouse.
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Wait, the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
The old woman by Whirling Rags,
Look.
gardener?
Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Oh.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
I don't know.
Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds. Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Mm-mm. What about the trash?
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
Maybe even a lead.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Why the fuck are you telling this shit to Kuno?
Alright, fine.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Kuno doesn't
distance
do
yourself.
that smart shit. Don't throw that book shit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying.
Look, you don't have to be smart to do smart shit. You can do things that are hard to explain.
Trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno. Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
It should be legal to hit children.
Bye! Got fucked by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again? Come back.
That was
Hear
horrendous.
that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up.
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
Tend to become a magnesium-based life form.
Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
This seems like a horrible idea, but we get a thought about it, and I really like these, so I'm going to check it out. Magnesium-based life form. -1 shivers. Cool, I don't want shivers anyways. It is generally understood that human beings are carbon-based organisms fusing little carbon tubes together to form complex, mushy structures capable of thought, love, and locomotion. It is also known that these structures sometimes like to take the edge off by consuming ethanol, amphetamines, etc. In such cases, it is important to supplement your body with magnesium. Tired? Mag it. Down? Mag time. Liver damage? Maximum mag! Some people say magnesium doesn't really do anything and you just need to quit. What do we tell them? I think we tell them to mag off. Okay, is there anything here I missed? No. And I failed every single check. So... Oh wait, I leveled up so I can get a point. I want my coat. Savoir-faire. Okay. Put a point in Savoie. Let's go see if we can get my coat this time.
Tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Alright, 72%. Let's do this. Hey, got green. Alright.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Continue the voyage through salty air.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Hey, alright. Got it. Give me this. Spirit of Core and Shivers. Interesting. So I lose conceptualization, but I get Spirit of Core and Shivers. Okay, I don't actually want that, so I'm going to swap it after I see if there's anything in the pockets. Bunch of empty bottles, so people are hanging out up here.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. You need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of you. Have a seat.
I'm gonna look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
You're
really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Okay, I need to go to first store, but it's probably too late. So let's explore up here till we get too tired, and then we're gonna go to bed. Okay, can I go down here? This is the way I can go. I can run this way. I can. Does not want me to go down there. Okay. Can I get down here? Great machines and quiescence. Over here. White pine trees are printed on screen coverings. Composite eye of halogen.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Sweet. Oh, it's gonna bring it down to us.
And, with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Its purpose?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
What is my purpose? You pass butter. Now!
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Right? Isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's about, like, heavy machinery, but it's just satisfying to watch. Alright, let's go over here. What we got here? Ooh, auto save. Okay, a little faster. There you go. $1.20? We are rich boys. Let's go. Fate Industrial Lettering. Kvalsend. I swear, every word I run into, I'm like, is that the password? Okay, this goes for... Oh, money. Another $1.10? Go in there, but we'll go down first. Another $1.10? Alright, someone to talk to, but we'll talk in a minute.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
This one is special.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
The wall was special. We learned all sorts of things, got a bunch of experience. I don't want to paint it, I'm just drawn to it.
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Feels special.
It's a cargo container, detective, just like all the others.
It's not like all the others.
We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
Oh, I'm gonna open it.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Okay, I got a 3% chance to make the door open by talking to it. This seems like a terrible idea, but given my experience with inanimate objects, we're gonna give it a go.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Physical wasn't an
Because
option.
What wasn't an option?
Using my body of
Now
my
is
wits.
not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
I guess. Dude, it's 10 o'clock. It is after hours. What up? What up, sir?
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
Yeah.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Only appropriate.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What's with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
It's true.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
Right.
So no one is working?
Nope.
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
Mm-hmm. But you're sitting up here by yourself and desperately want to tell someone, and I'm here, so.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
But what did they do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Did they kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. He'll pass out soon enough.
Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Ooh, 83%.
Everything is so
Come
pretty
on.
and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Red is so much prettier than drab
Sure
green.
is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does.
Sure does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
There's a container over there.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Dumb question, just to verify. Do you work here?
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Nice to meet you, Leo.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everard is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Don't you mean a woman?
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
I want a candy bar.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Hold on, who's Miss Beaufort?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
And why's she hanging out with Everett?
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Oh, sorry, man.
Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think you're doing a great job.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
Hey.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then.
Yeah.
People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
How about the leader?
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we did, when we were boys.
Easy now.
Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But he already left for the day. He always leaves around 10 p.m.
We were so close. Everybody, we were so close. We missed it. We missed him by 11 minutes. Because we spent half the day exploring an apartment complex, and the other half exploring a merchant complex, being convinced that the old lady who sells dice to RPG makers is actually a evil spirit cursing the building.
Bye-bye now.
But if he's gone, maybe we can snoop. Yes?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
But I haven't paid it back
We should
yet.
take care of that then.
I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
A large table with 2 huge vacuum-insulated thermal coffee dispensers. Someone has forgotten a small plastic card next to the stacks of cups.
What's on the card?
You snatch out the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container. The name, Etienne Hogarth, is written in the middle. Below it, in smaller text, member of the board. It comes with a magnetic strip meant to open electronic doors.
Well, we're definitely taking this. Are we not taking this? Can I not take this? Did I take this? I did not take it. But we know Etienne Hogarth is involved now. Unless that's the woman's name. Desk has been cleaned out on the porch. Texture and refish that tells time. Wild.
Yes?
Movement's a little funky. I can't do anything. Yeah, right.
You're back before the cargo container.
Right. Oop. Didn't mean to do that.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
And then we want to call La Fumée. What is La Fumée? Leading intellectual organ of Martinez, communism offers a radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. The cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frizzle with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head. Seems like something I would read.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Yeah, right.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Isn't it?
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara.
Well, it so happens that every single point my character has is in things that are good at this, so I better make these rolls.
And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting
Oh, it's going to make
blurry.
it like a will test instead of like a mental acuity test? That's annoying.
Look how blurry all the lines
Wow,
on these papers
double
are.
ones.
How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
If I let my eyes go completely out of focus, I'll start melting into each
Is
other.
that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Of course
Good.
not.
This is probably not relevant to our case anyway. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
Kind of are, though.
Hundreds of documents and the same you already went through the drawer slide.
Alas, nothing good there.
The file cabinet the drawer slides.
Hey, got my magnesium. Whoa, a little bit of lag there. This is free.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Just afraid of a warehouse in the back of the Warlord
A
Rags?
warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Can you tell me anything about this reality we're in?
Reality? You mean what reality? Economic reality or...
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
She probably can't. Yes, tell me about the economics of reality. About the economic reality.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15.
You should know something by now. 15 is an excellent time to learn.
Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess, like, that's economic. I don't
Physical.
know. What about it?
The coalition, what's
Our
that?
government?
Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
I'm not
Cool.
gonna bother you. Do you have any ammonia
She
for
looks
sale?
up from her magazine, eyes filled with tired ennui.
I'm not tired.
Yes, what we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
Fine.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottle.
Cool. Let's do this swindle. This tear swindle.
You need a bag, I guess. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here. I hope.
Okay, let's go to bed. It's late. It's dark. It's getting hard to see. You're
It's
still up
raining
here.
again.
Yeah, and it's
It
very
was
late.
clear just an hour ago.
It's so late and you're still here.
I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
Me too.
There's a little meanness in that smile.
I taught part of me. May have ammonia.
Sure. I'm done with it.
Thanks.
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Let's just pop the question. What have you been doing in your greenhouse in March?
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Right. 92%, please.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbour gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
I'm gonna press her.
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is about. The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. He's always giving me trouble. Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job, but that kid is beyond help. And he certainly won't help.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, I'm tired.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep an eye on us.
There's silence, the smallest of smiles.
That's okay, Miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
Yep. Bye. Okay, I got a couple people to talk to yet, and then we go to bed.
The
We'll go
worker
upstairs.
is in a deep slumber.
Okay, I don't care to wake him up yet. 20% is just too low for right now.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Maybe I should lick it before I go. And I'm sort of getting back to myself and sort of finding a sense of self. Maybe I should just... I just thought. Yeah. Alright, double check out everything from Gart.
Can I help you?
Oh, the trash container,
Mine?
right.
No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Well, you know what I meant.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
Yeah, what is
Prod
that?
at him and find out.
Does she seem callous to you guarding your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov?
I'm getting there.
Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Maybe I am Krasmazov.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
No, wait. What if I am Krasmazov?
We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer.
Okay,
This was about the trash container.
Yeah, okay, we need the keys.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
Not as an official duty.
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Alright, I desperately want to go to that trash container, but it's also 11 p.m. and I should probably sleep. Oh, I can't. Right.
Yes?
Alright. About that door being locked. Guard!
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
Could we come to an
Does
arrangement?
that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I'm gonna let Kim say something.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
Dun dun.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
It's not going anywhere.
Not
is it?
until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Breakthrough imminent. What? What breakthrough? Why is this highlighted?
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species, the next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Okay, yeah, so this is... Okay. This is pulling from me. So Lonesome and Magnesium are like hitting each other. +2 Volition, -1 Logic. I'm losing all the things I'm good at. Alright, let's go to bed. The walkingness is funny. Alright, that's locked, so we gotta go to the carriage. Gotta wander around in the dark looking for a car. Because I spent too long exploring the mysteries. Price we pay. I think it's down here. Yeah, here it is.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it
The
cage.
cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
So something about a pawn
Yes,
shop?
the Bird's Nest Roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
What do you mean you confiscated
A couple
them?
of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
Isn't it? So you took the spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
They're mesmerizing.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Thanks, I appreciate
The
it.
lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Alright, now I get to try to find the pawn shop in the dark when I don't remember where it is from several days ago. Let's see, that's the bookstore. Hey, there we go. I got my bag, alright. Now we can collect those bottles for garbage money. $2, up to 20. Just 110 to go. Over here, let's see if that dude's home because it's late. No, this is her home, right? She lives with Cole. Nothing up here, so this is the wrong exit. That's all a dead end. I was through here. Was this not here before? Hypnogamma.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is it upside
to
down?
symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
What's to do with
The
the antlers?
wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Yeah, I know. Alright. Balcony. I believe this is the right balcony.
This door is made of metal and appears.
Wait,
this door, no one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Okay. Where is this pawn shop at? This is gonna bring us down to the dock, right? This boat. Oh right, yeah. Had something to ask her about.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I'm just getting loaded on this reality.
Reality?
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Hey man, what's up? My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They're really one and the same.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
Whew, I feel like this is going to be a whole conversation. Let's go.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Where are
We're
we?
in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
Yep, sure is. Yeah, this is a pretty neat game. I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Oh, by the way, Viprin, if you scroll down, you'll see a poll, and on there, you can pick the game that you paid for if you would like me to play it next on stream. Tell me more about Barney's.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
Hey.
As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Thanks.
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
You are currently winning 1-0 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
Okay, that's Martinez. Where's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind?
The great kind.
Is it that great? I don't think it's been that great so far.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Harking back to our earlier conversation, okay, who built it?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
Why will it resolve
They
history?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
That has been my life for the past 13 hours.
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean. The world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're on the periphery, basically nobody's.
Speak for yourself, officer. I'm well known in certain parts. As to the place, you're right. We are.
A sparkle of lights on the horizon, like evening stars above the curvature of the planet.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
That's quite a mouthful.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time.
Chicka chicka wow.
There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
No, I do not want anything from Shivers. Shivers should never pass.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Oh boy.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality.
So Viprin, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Sorry, I dropped something. And can't find it. That's okay. Basically, so this game starts like you wake up and you have no idea who you are, but you realize you're a cop who's been spending the last week on a bender instead of investigating a murder. Kim shows up here, and he's like, hey, we should do that. And then you spend the rest of the day doing nothing murder-related and getting into deep philosophical conversations, and now I am the one true communist. It is... It is quite a little bit of a game here.
Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I forget, did you play it? Or was that Kate? It is what you do, yeah, right? It's pretty good so far. It is literally like all talking, but that's okay.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long term.
But I want to know everything now.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Clearly you have not met me.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
These things are so hard. Like, okay, 3%, 3%. But you know, they are retriable later, and I have failed some very high percentage rolls, so screw it.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all.
Alas. And since this is a no scum game, we are not going to relive
It's
those.
on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of sorts, already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later, once the jamais vu thought is complete.
Yeah, apparently this is this guy's first voice acting job. Let's see, who is it? Who's the narrator here? Yeah, if you want to look him up, that's his name.
A bird? A Sphenicid?
Sphenicid?
A flightless bird of the polar regions?
I mean, what is this place
Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot, or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Yeah, non-stop ordnance does do bad things to market, to waterfront prices.
Splat, splat.
Hey, Cindy.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Cindy sucks, by the way. She's kind of great, but she also sucks. She is a starving artist who digs coal for a living and is an artiste. But she won't lend me her brush because she doesn't think I have vision. Even though I do, but I just can't make the roll to get it from her yet.
Wonderful.
What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags.
Right? Also, Cindy hates Joyce for what are probably obvious reasons, because Cindy is broke as a joke, and Joyce is the richest person in probably 50 miles.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infra?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags.
She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Yeah, except the superculture is just defined by the people who made it. Except none of these answers allow me to say that, so I'll just say explain the same thing to a child.
Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
Right. I'm part of an infraculture.
And what would that be?
I don't know, it's down here. Do you have anything? Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory.
I swear, if I had been alive at that time, you knowing how much I like that kind of music, except this would have been the earlier version, I totally would have been just non-stop disco all the time.
Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
I get it. New wave, it's all cool.
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
Sounds fun, still can't remember a single thing.
Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
For some reason, your mind is a veritable repository of Guillaume Le Million lyrics, trivia, and B-sides. But the time to explore this is when you're alone, facing a mirror perhaps. Right now, it would derail the reality lowdown.
No, we were in front of a mirror about an hour ago and it did not go very well. Although now I get to see what I look like at least. Alright. It's off for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
It's all for now. I would like to find this pawn shop. Which apparently I've been to, but like a week ago. And I don't remember where it is. Here? No. That's where the body is.
Whoa, what have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Doesn't it? Yeah, I woke up $130 in debt, and throughout the entire day I've managed to collect $20 in spare change from around the world. Everyone I've asked for money has said no, except one person I think gave me $1, and I just found a bag after you showed up where I can now collect cans and bottles to turn in. I have also found my coat, which is like my police coat, but I'm missing my badge and my gun, both of which are serious problems. That's a good idea. I see you two have played a little bit of Yakuza. I forget, did you finish? Did you play Yakuza Like a Dragon? Oh right, yeah, you did. You at least got like a good chunk of the way. I'm not sure if you finished it or not. Yeah, you've been hitting Kenshi like super hard. Yeah, seems like it. I am on the final mission of XCOM now. XCOM 2 base game, that is. I'm currently avoiding it while, like, getting a Zionist really built up and, like, getting all, like, the endgame stuff that I hadn't gotten yet. Whatever, let that come. I'm a River Lane badass. So this is the bookstore, which is not a pawn shop. That's the back end of the bookstore. Maybe this is it? No, this is the hotel. Was that XCOM 1 or 2? I picked it up free during some event. Ah. I think I got XCOM 2 for like $3 or something like that, because they wanted you to basically buy the base game, so you'd be encouraged to buy the DLC for like $40. Oh, Okay, I've already been there, so I'm going to look it up. I forget where the pawn shop is. South of the hostel near the Waterlock, okay. I need to talk to these guys because I think they're drug smugglers, but that'll have to wait. Here? Oh yeah, this is it. Alright, we got the pawn shop.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Something I'd like to sell?
We'd like to...
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
200? I am now rich. I would like to renounce all of my communism ties and immediately move into late-stage capitalism. Thank you.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
I'm immediately broke again. Okay.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
No, this isn't Brazil. This is like a made-up world, basically. I was looking at some history and some maps last stream, and I'm not like entirely certain. It seems sort of like a mix of Dutch and Greek, or sorry, not Dutch and Greek. Sorry, like French and Greek, like a weird mix of the two. And then I am on something that somebody claimed was part of an archipelago, but I said it was too big for that because I basically put all my stat points into being a super nerd. Surprise, surprise. And so basically we're on something that is probably... We're on an island that's about maybe like half the size of the US, I'm going to guess. Yeah, I know, a big stretch. I really considered doing like the wackadoo here. I'll show you in a minute here.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
No.
Another time, perhaps.
So this is the character, like all your skills and stuff. So there's like 4 main categories, and then each one has a bunch of sub skills, and each sub skill inherits the main stat plus its own level. So like, my encyclopedic knowledge has intellect base 5. It's a signature. I don't know what signature skill even means, but apparently it is a signature skill. And then I get a bonus from an item I'm wearing and a bonus from these thought things here, which are strange and interesting. And so I'm a big nerd big Dexy nerd, but apparently, like, I've seen a bunch of Shiver rolls, and this is the absolute, like, mythical conspiracy theorist one. Yeah, it kind of does, right? Like everything's a 2d6 roll, then you add your bonus and you try to hit the difficulty. But like, I've actually absolutely been offered Shiver rolls to believe and prove, quote unquote, that the nice old woman who makes dice, like makes bespoke dice sets for RPG people, being the only successful business in this like business complex, means that she is the malignant evil force that's causing everyone else to fail. Oh no, my authority is terrible. I get my way through being fancy and being keeping my composure and being able to conceptualize reality and then making shit up. But no, nobody respects my authority. Also, in the hotel that we're going to go back to, my stomach tried to turn me into a... Oh shit, I'm blanking on the word now. A nationalist. Though we all agreed that traditionalist was a better word. I got coerced into it because when you do enough conversations of a certain kind, it opens up these thought paths you can take. And I botched a roll to try to mediate a love dispute, and it turned into me talking a bunch of terrible things on women, and it was like, you're talking terribly about women. Would you like to be a fascist? And I was like, no, I would not. And I just like shut that right down. Baffle them indeed. Although I'm not sure how much of it is baffling and how much like he believes it, because like he doesn't have a real, like, this character does not have a keen grasp on reality. I only discovered my own face about 2 hours ago. But this seems like a good time. Basically, I'm going to give the money to him. I'm going to get to rest for the night and wake up in the morning. We'll do this part because we got like 10 minutes left.
Can I help you?
It's about the money I owe you.
Have you got it?
I do.
Well?
Okay. Slam the bills down on the counter. I hope you choke on it.
Great. Perfect. I hope you enjoy your freezing cold room with the window you broke yourself.
I will. I will very much do that.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
Great.
Starting tomorrow, please pay for each night in advance. 20 real per night. If you don't have the money, it's over for you. Got it? You've got nowhere else to stay.
Okay, I got 1 day in me. I got 20.92. All right, let's do this.
Time stops advancing after 2 in the morning. If you haven't paid for your room by then, it's game over. Don't leave finding money to the last minute, however. It's harder to make cash after nightfall when the shops are closed and the streets empty.
That sounds terrible. Yeah.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course you will.
Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Bye. So I do have one more skill point right now, but since I can retry things by spending skill points, I think I'm going to keep one banked. So I can retry things if I really want to. Because I had a terrible run earlier where I failed like a 73%, I failed a 48%, I failed a 57%, like all in a row. Yeah, no, it is really not an approximate grasp, it is very much adjacent. Basically, I woke up like 18 hours ago in-game, reborn of my own consciousness after a week-long bender, and sort of had to define like who I am. Also, I just realized that moving the mouse like this makes my head jiggle, and it's kind of funny.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I know you
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I'll have one too.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get so cool?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Or, like, do so much more.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
This is my third stream, and I'm pretty sure this is just gonna condense all of it. How do you think it went?
Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man, so we didn't even inspect the body.
Minor details.
And there's still much to do at the crime scene, too. We didn't search it thoroughly.
We tried to search it thoroughly enough, except my best skill, where I've got an 87 per spend, I rolled 2 1s, and I didn't get to do it. So, sorry about that. We'll try again tomorrow. It's all part of the plan. Work out, start outside, and work in.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews...
Starting from the outside and working back towards the scene of the murder, that's how you play every RPG.
We didn't get to meet Eva Claire, but we did get into the harbor. It'll be easier to reach him tomorrow. We tried to interview the Wild Bands rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Yeah, basically we spent all day priming a bunch of major quests to start tomorrow.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Yeah, I don't like to waste time.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
Yeah, no, starting at the solution would save a lot of time. If I could just, like, arbitrarily BS my way to the answer, and then work back towards the data to support my conclusion. I think there's a word for those people, but I'm gonna not say that one.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
So what are your powers?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Ravachol.
That seems entirely easy to abuse.
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station.
I'm sure that helps.
Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
I can be sure they'll show up.
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And you can never lose your rights as long as you have 1,000 real?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
I don't think I have.
Perhaps. But Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of kills.
What happens to the convicts?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
What if I kill someone?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Alright, Kim is my backup.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone.
Have
which
you
is
killed anyone?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
Oh dear.
He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
It makes all the
The
rules.
coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly.
Guess we'll just move past that murder.
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's see, it was the
Be
citizens.
sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Are we sure?
Or if they think you do.
Alright. It's the moral
The
intern.
Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
How would you describe
They're
it?
a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
So simple.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Is that? Cool. Yes, don't be evil.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue
They're
the
cars
humanist
with doors that
project set
open
forth
sideways?
by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
And here I thought we were not playing mage. I really thought we weren't playing mage, but I guess now we are.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Dibs on Prime, alright. So, do you know how, like, we would play, like, Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights and all those games, and you would go and you'd find just, like, shelves and shelves of books full of all sorts of information? That's this game. Like, this whole game. I got into a conversation with two guys down on the river who were like playing some game with metal balls, and they were like old soldiers, like who still wore their uniforms, and I swear they had 45 minutes of dialogue about some old war that was like very setting appropriate in tone setting, but like it was like 45 minutes of talking. At the end of I took one of their metal balls and I threw it into the river. What do you think about
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It's kind of like it's presented in such a way that it doesn't quite feel so dry. So it is definitely more engaging and interesting. And there are so many skill checks like you see here. Like, he said something and it made 3 skill checks for me automatically, none of which like particularly had an outcome, but all like introduced something or made me realize how my character feels in a certain way. Like it's pretty interesting how they have it set up. I have an opinion on the Moral Lantern.
Do you?
What is my opinion? Yes, here, I can choose answers like this, right down here, if I want to bring back that, traditionalism bit. Crab legs! This isn't humanism. Oh wait, we're stooges of the world's biggest bourgeoisie organization, protecting bourgeoisie rights.
No, we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
That'd be okay with me.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
We'll look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
I know where they're like this.
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts.
Jamrock and the Griff?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will, at least for this desertion here, at least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Me neither.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Alright. Oh, yeah. See, don't I look amazing? I've got these, like, Mexican-ish green shoes. I've got yellow gardening gloves that are, I think they're rubber. I think they really set the whole outfit. With a necktie. Here, let's see the necktie. The necktie kind of matches the shoes, right? I have jeans now, but I used to wear these things, which kind of were offset color from the gloves. You know, the tie is absolutely horrific. If I take my hat off, you can see my glasses. I'm not sure. These kind of look better. I think they're slightly more discordant. But unfortunately, I am a slave to the statistics, so I must wear the plus logic gloves. And actually, I'm wearing these rubber gloves for interfacing, but like, I kind of want electrochemistry too. See, it's interesting because the cloak you have for like your job gives you shivers, but I'm gonna put on the conceptualization cloak instead and put my. See, I got an encyclopedia hat. Sweet. And then put the jeans back on. Because I don't want to have a minus to my savoir-faire, because that's my like cool guy stat. Now, I could have drama, but instead I have conceptualization. Yeah, and that's where we're at. You can get back inside here. Alright, so we would go to bed here. So we'll do a hard save. Do a hard save? Can't do a hard save? Why can't I do a hard save? Can I save out here? No. Can I quick save? There we go. Can I delete all these old saves? Okay, that's going to be tedious as hell, so we're not going to do that now. Save. It is noon, so we are done for the day. If you like my content, smash the like button. So I can update my equipment whenever I want. I can literally just right-click between it whenever I want to. Yes, smash the button, smash the bell, and proscribe. Yeah, basically you can equip anything just on the fly whenever you want to. In fact, I should probably start doing that because I was wearing a piece of equipment that was giving me a -1 to a stat, and I failed that roll by 1. So, yeah. Yep, big line phase vibes. Alright. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I'll probably be up for like an hour or so, but I will talk to you on Discord. Peace.